Okay. Um, it's been a minute since I've done this. So I'm just going to hold out for everyone to come in. I got to get some timers still because I decided I'm going to do something a little different today than what I normally do with sprints and stuff like that. So bear with me if you're coming in. I'm going to be looking at my screen. I'm just going to be getting few timers that I'm, like I said, deciding a little bit on last minute. So just give me a couple minutes, but say hi, tell me how you guys are doing. I feel like I've been so absent from so many things recently because work has been so crazy for me. But I think today was a good day for me to be able to do something because I have the house to myself for the rest of the day. Robert is out at his parents with Oscar, and I wasn't feeling up to going out to visit. I had a very rough week this past week with work and stuff, so I was wanting to stay home. But I wanted to do some sprints because I am needing to read. I haven't really read much in the last couple of days, and I'm kind of getting the bug to wanting to do it. And I figured Sunday is always a good day for a lot of people to get some reading done. So hopefully you guys are cool with that and want to hang out with me. I got to think real quick because I got to do some mental math. Okay, I need one more. Okay. That's what I'm looking for. I was like, how many more do I need of these? I don't remember. Let's do this one. Okay, we'll do that one for the big one. Okay. So I think I've got all of the timers I need, which is exciting. So hi, Amy. Welcome. Thank you for joining me today. So I don't know how much of that you heard me rambling as I was waiting for everyone to come in, but I'm in the mood to do some reading. If you guys are not participating in it at all, I mean, this is the last day of it, so you're not going to really have much of a chance to join in. But the readathon that I host regularly with my friends Adrian Liv, we are doing our readathon, our week-long readathon version for Battle of the Bookish. It's our skills training camp, and today's the last day for people to get points in and stuff like that. And so I figured partially for that reason, I would then also do reading sprints because I am almost I think I'm about halfway through Crave by Tracy Wolf right now. And I'm really liking it. Like, I actually like this a lot more than I thought I was going to, quite honestly. But I have only like a couple hours of the audiobook left, and I have no idea when my husband's going to get home today. So I could honestly just kind of sit and chill here and just read for probably the entire day. According to the audiobook, I have less than 4 hours left, and I just get this one through Scribd. So I could finish this today and then maybe get through something, at least partially something else. Whether or not I'll finish another book or not, I don't know. Just started a new J.R. Ward release today. Ooh, I have heard that her books are really, really good. As odd as it sounds, my grandmother is a really big fan of J.R. Ward's books. Or at the very least, the one I got for her, she really, really liked because I thought she would like it because she's very much into the paranormal romance, like the Harlequin romance kind of set of things. And while J.R. Ward's not Harlequin romance by necessarily any means, that kind of vibe that you would get, from hearing a lot of paranormal romance readers, that was a really good one, a more modern one to really start off with. So I have a book on my Kindle that's by them, and I gave my grandma for Christmas, I think, or either that or her birthday this past year. I can't quite remember one of their books. And my grandma said she really, really liked it. It's been a journey. Ooh, boy. That's fun. Is it like a good journey or a bad journey, Amy? You got to give me some context here. Is it good or is it bad? Also, drinking my first iced coffee of the year today. I don't know. It's been hot here in Michigan. I don't know how it's been for you guys, but the last 3 days have been basically in the 80s. And then yesterday a huge like hit of rain because of the fact that all the humidity was in the air. And so like it rained for a solid like couple hours, and then today was also still really humid, and it was like 70 out. So I was like, I am not doing a hot coffee today. Like normally hot coffee I am fine with pretty much any time of the year, but I can't do it today. I couldn't. It was too humid, and it was raining earlier today, and I was bummed because I wanted to have my windows open in my office, and then it started raining. So I don't know if it's still doing so outside now, but I don't want to jinx it. What you said JR started in the Harlequin like romance. Yeah, I thought that was the case. I don't know, just I feel like that was what I remember a lot of people talking about. 21st book of the Black Dagger Brotherhood. That's the one I think I gave her. It was one of the books in that particular series, because I'm pretty sure if that's not her only series, it's at least her most popular. And I knew that would be something my grandma would like, because my grandma definitely is like a shapeshifter romance person, which it's so funny because I never would have thought I would enjoy those kinds of books. And my grandmother does not seem like the kind of person, like if you were to meet her, you would never guess that like she would be interested in that. She eats that shit up like nobody's business. Book brings me back some characters from her Fallen Angel series, and I've been waiting over a decade for this to happen. Oh, yay! That's exciting. Hey, don't worry about it. You're excited. That's all that matters. That's fun. So for those of you that are just getting in, welcome, welcome, welcome. It is a random sprint day for me. Those of you that may know, I've been a little absent for the last little while, just because while I've been posting videos still kind of regularly, I have been so freaking tired. My job right now, as much as I love it and I'm enjoying it more and more every day, the last week in particular has been like non-stop appointments. I am so exhausted. So I took it easy today, where my husband is over at my in-laws for the day. They're doing like a cookout kind of thing. If the rain doesn't tamper that, I don't know whether or not it will. But he was going over there to do a cookout and stuff like that. And then, so that basically meant I had the house to myself. So I went and got groceries earlier, and I did some updating for the Battle of the Bookish readathon that I'm hosting. That's ending as of today. And I figured I need to get some reading done. I want to just chill out. I want to relax. I want to recuperate this weekend from my week at work this past week. So I just want to do some sprints. And I really don't know how long this is going to go. I know that my friend Bree is also going to be hosting sprints later today, from Bree Cherie Reads. So if you guys do not follow her, definitely go and do so. She typically does sprints like around 5 p.m. her time, which is like 6 p.m.-ish my time, 6 or 7 p.m. my time usually. So depending on if she's still doing sprints today, I may cut off when she is doing sprints and transition over to her sprints. So please feel free to come with me if you would like to, be involved in more sprints for the rest of the day. But really, we're just going to kind of hang out. So what I typically do, for those of you that are new to my sprints in particular, is I do basically a form of dice sprints. This was an idea I had basically evolved from Becca in the Books' dice sprints, because typically she uses like 2 6-sided die involving her game of Bookopoly that she does with her TBRs every single month. But instead, I normally would use a D12 when I do my sprints. So I decided though today, because I want to live a little dangerously, if you will, we're going to switch it up and do a D20 for our sprints today. The same rules are going to apply as with my normal D12 sprints, which are as follows. We are never going to do 5-minute sprints. If I ever roll a natural 1, there will be no 5-minute sprints. I hate 5-minute sprints. I think they are just absolutely ridiculous. There's no point to them. So instead, what we will be doing, if I roll a natural 1, is we are going to then re-roll the die. And depending on the number that we get, we are then going to either double or halve the time that we get. So for instance, with this D20, if I rolled a natural 1 and I rolled then a 9, we do 5-minute increments. If I can show this properly. This is not easy to do backwards and anything. But anyway, if I roll a 9, in 5-minute increments, that would make it 45 minutes. So if it's anything 10 or lower, we are going to double the time. So anything up to 50 minutes, we're going to double. So 45 minutes would then get doubled to 90 minutes, so an hour and a half reading sprint. If we roll anything from an 11 to a 20, it's going to then get halved if I had rolled a natural 1 starting off. So a 20 is 100 minutes. We would have that to 50. So on and so forth, that kind of thing. Now, in addition, the first sprint we do is a warm-up sprint. So we will not be doing anything past a 30-minute sprint to start off. So only up to a 6 is what I will allow for our first sprint. Now, that means I may have to roll a few times before I get something between a 2 and a 6, but it is how it is. We're going to figure it out. Now, you guys are not going to be able to see it as well because I don't have a setup where I can show you guys right now how the dice is going to roll, but you're going to just take my word for it. I'm sorry. I could just like lower my laptop every now and then, but that's going to cause you guys some like discomfort more than likely. So I don't want to do that. So we're just going to have to go with my word. Okay. Share with you, Graham, that Passion Flix is doing an adaptation of Black Dagger. Word shared that tidbit last month. May subscribe just to stream that. So she doesn't really have subscriptions to things. My grandma, let me tell you, is one of those people. She's one of those grandparents where she does not have a credit card. She doesn't. She doesn't even have a debit card. So anything that she uses streaming-wise is my family's, my parents. And also partially it's because my grandparents live right next to my parents. So if there is something that they want to watch that they can't access, they just talk to my parents and they come over and they all watch it together because more than likely they're all interested in it anyway. Something to that effect. So yeah, in terms of streaming, she's not one to stream unless she has it already available. And if it's something that my parents don't use, she's not using. So I appreciate the thought though. And I will definitely at least let her know that there is an adaptation coming out so that if they ever do something where she can access it other places, that I can let her know about that. So thank you, Amy. Hi, Chipmunk. Yay. I'm so excited. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. So with all of those rules and things being said, if you guys have any questions as we go, let me know. But basically, this is a great time for reading, productivity, anything you guys want to do. Because honestly, I just want to sit here and vibe and read and just kind of decompress from my last couple of weeks at work because it's felt very nonstop, even though it's been absolutely fantastic. It's just been very, very hectic and chaotic, and I need a break. So, hi, hello, Scarlett. Welcome. I don't know what that voice was. I think I was trying to be some kind of Pee Wee Herman meets some kind of creature. I don't know. Do you guys miss me at all? Me and my stupidity, me and my craziness. Yeah, so let's go ahead and roll for what we're going to get for our first sprint. Again, it's going to be no more than 30 minutes. So be aware it's going to be a nice kind of shorter sprint to start off with. And then as we go, we may get some higher ones. We're going to see. All right. So let's go ahead and see what we get. And that's an 18. We're not doing that. That's a 10, not doing that. That's a 13, new. 16, no, apparently this is going to give me all the ones. Okay, there we go. So that time we rolled a 6. So we're going to do a nice 6, not 60. What am I thinking? We're going to have that. We're going to do a 30-minute sprint to start off with, okay? We're going to go right to the maximum for our first sprint, and we're going to do that. So let me go ahead and pull this up real quick. I just got to give me a second. Oh, I didn't do the way that I wanted it. I'm still figuring out how to do this again. It's been a minute, guys. Give me a minute. Okay, so I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to go do this. Okay, so you guys can see. All right, so 30 minutes, guys, of reading. Enjoy, having nice sprint, and I will see you guys in about 30. Let's go. Okay, guys, that was our first sprint. Hope everyone did well with it. I got through a few chapters. I want to say, let me see. Here we go. 54. I got through like 32, 33 pages that time. So yeah, I am currently working on, for those of you that don't know, I'm working on Crave by Tracy Wolff. This is actually one of my self-destruct books for my self-destruct TBR. And I'm reading this for the Battle of the Bookish Skills Training Camp, and it's also on my Aurelium TBR for the Aurelium Readathon. And I'm actually enjoying this way more than I expected. Like, I understand why people probably didn't like this series because it does have a lot of like pop culture references and like it's a little cringy here and there, but it's not nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. Like, I'm kind of invested in this now, at least almost halfway through. I might be willing to read more of the series, which I did not think with this first book that was going to be the case. And it's funny because I remember everyone talking about this book at first and comparing it to Twilight. They mentioned Twilight like in the book. Like, it's a thing. It's a little cringy when it comes up, the reason why it does, but I think it was like cringy, like funny to me. Like, I'm not like dying on the inside from the cringe, but it's not like completely hilarious. It's just like, oh, with like, you know, I don't know. Yes, dice sprints. Actually, I took my dice sprints off of what Becca does, and I just, instead of using 2 6-sided dice, I use, well, normally I would use a D12, but today I'm using a D20. Hi, Bree. Hope you're still here. If you want to join in, let me know. Are you hosting Sprint still tonight? Because if so, I will probably hop off when you're going to be doing yours. Because I'd like to do more sprints and stuff, but I don't want to like steal your thunder. Edited part of next recent reads video. Nice. Awesome. Awesome. All right. So let's take a couple minutes, everybody. Stretch, grab your snack, use the bathroom, whatever you got to do in the next couple minutes. And we'll get our next sprint going in a couple minutes. But how is everyone doing? I mean, I really feel like I haven't been able to do like a catch up with everybody in a while. I mean, I've been joining in on Bree and Brandy sprints here and there, but I haven't really been able to like talk with everybody here in a while. And so, I mean, I know I don't have to apologize, but I do apologize for it. You know, I mean, you guys are still seeing videos from me, obviously, but I've just been so overrun with stuff like going on with work and just being exhausted afterwards, even though it's so rewarding and fun. Like, it's just, you know, you get so drained that you can't really feel like to do anything else. So that's kind of how I've been feeling. But I'm glad that everyone's here. I'm glad, you know, that you're coming and hanging out with me, at least for a little bit. And I hope that we can get some good stuff done today. 10 pages of the soul of an octopus and made food. The way that I read that at first, I thought that the made food was still part of the title, but I know that was not the case. Apparently my brain can't function right now. Oh, that's cool. Dice sprints are a nice change from asking everyone what they want and going back and forth for a while. Yeah, that I personally, I hate that aspect because it's like, I know for a fact that a lot of people really like the shorter ones. And I don't know, just doing them dice sprint wise, it throws a little bit of chaotic activity into the whole thing. Like, you never really know what you're going to get kind of thing, which I appreciate more with doing sprints. I just find that for me personally, doing the dice is more fun for me. Like, it's more like a challenge. Whereas, like, I have no problem with people just wanting to go back and forth about time, but Lord knows if I'm the one that's going to do the time, it's going to be like 10-minute sprint and then sitting on my phone for 20 minutes if I do it that way. And I like the idea of getting pushed and challenged to do something more random, if that makes sense. Glad you're enjoying your book more than you expected. Thank you. Yeah, I'm really surprised with how much I'm enjoying Crave right now. I did not think I was going to like it at all. I thought it honestly was going to be a DNF within the first like 50 pages. And I'm almost 300 pages into this book now, and I'm loving every second of it so far. I wouldn't say it's a 5-star right now, but definitely a 4-star. It's going to depend on, you know, what the ending of it really is about. I'm sorry, picturing an octopus making food now. Yeah. That's yeah. um Thanks to you, we all are. Yeah, I think it's fun, especially like, even like just doing it on my own time, like, outside of sprints or anything. And then it kind of makes everyone, anticipated. Like, I know that people that like the really short ones get really excited when those ones come up. And then I remember at one point there was someone that would be in chat, Thrifty. I haven't seen her in a minute. She would come on and be so excited for the short sprints because that would get her to read. And if they were longer sprints, she'd watch like an episode of a TV show she's watching or a movie or something, part of a movie. And so like, I like that gives people a lot of flexibility to be able to do different things throughout the day based on how much the sprints are. One of those children's books, Octopus in the Kitchen, one tentacle on each task. Yes, that's exactly it. Like, oh my gosh, there was a cartoon where they had that happening. Like, that was something that they did with an octopus, but I can't remember which one it was. It was oh, you know what? I think actually what's made this even funnier to me in my head is it was the octopus or the octopus like monster in Monsters Incorporated at the sushi restaurant. That was the one that was in my head, which funny enough, Chipmunk is in particular on the Monsters Inc. team for our Pixar inspired Battle of the Bookish readathon this week. So that's fun. The things that go through my brain, I swear, like, I never know what I'm going to get. It's just pure chaotic energy up in here. You never know what you're going to get with my brain, apparently. Yeah. That was the first thing that came to my head, which doesn't surprise me because Monsters Inc., Pixar, it's all in my brain right now with the readathon. So, all right, guys, let's go ahead and do another roll real quick. Let's see what we're going to end up getting. Now, all bets are off. Like we are going to do whatever the dice tells us. We've had our warm-up sprint. Now let's just see what we're going to get, okay? All right, here we go. Okay, so that time we rolled a 7. Woo, 7. Okay, so we haven't hit the high numbers as of yet, knock on wood. But that does mean we're going to do a 35-minute sprint this time as opposed to the 30 sprint that we just did. So let me get our timer up and rolling real quick. Okay, so it's that one. Just want to make sure that I can present the right one for us. Yep, and then we'll do that. So this one's got like a little bit of an intro, but don't worry. Have fun, everyone. Get something done. Do some reading, whatever you want to do. We've got 35 minutes this time. Let's go. Okay, guys, that was 35 minutes. I got through 51 pages and decided to make a cup of tea and put my sweater on because it's starting to get chilly, despite how humid it was earlier today, which that's Michigan for you. So how did everybody do? What you get through? Let me know. Let me know. Okay, and then I just got somebody sending in points for Battle of the Bookish. Yay! Oh, hi, Jira. This is a nice surprise. Be cooking shellfish boil. Once everything's on the stove, I'll pick up Far Sector. Nice. I am actually going to be picking that up next after I finish what I've got working on right now, which is Crave, because that is also one of my books for Battle of the Bookish, which very excited about. But I want to finish Crave first because I'm like sucked into this book. I am down to now 3 hours of the audiobook. I can get it done today. Super excited. Edited some more of my video. Though I got lazy not removing sections I normally would. Hey, do what you want to do. Who the hell is going to care? Truthfully. Like, you do you, boo. leave all of that stupid nonsense behind. We don't care. It does not matter. Anyway, I'm going to go grab my tea real quick because I think my kettle is done. So I'll be right back. But let me know what you guys ended up doing in that 35 minutes. And then by the time I get back and everything, we should be able to go ahead and get started with our next one, unless anybody wants to share something. I don't know. I don't freaking know. It's been a minute since I've done sprints. You know? So with that, I'll be back. Give me 1 second. Okie dokie. Got my tea, nice and piping hot, with my little steeper that looks like a little leaf, and then the little tray thing with it. I'll let that sit for a couple minutes. Oh, now I'm kind of deciding I want my blanket. It's a nice, now chilly kind of day. What kind of tea? Ooh, good question. So this is a raspberry-based tea. It's got Chinese black tea, raspberry tea, hibiscus, and something else. So my mom, little context here where I got this, because if you're interested, I can tell you where it's from. So my mom does 31, which if you don't know is like, it's one of those direct sales companies kind of thing. And one of her friends is a different direct seller for a company called Java Mama. It's coffee, tea, cocoa, all that stuff. And I've been wanting to try different kinds of tea because like, I like a lot of the ones I get, from the grocery store or whatever, but I also like a lot of loose leaf stuff. Like this is loose leaf tea that I just put in like my little steeper and let it go. But it's very hard for me to find any of that stuff like really locally. And so basically I did like not like a sampler per se, but it was like a set where you could do like 4 teas and it was like, you pick your own that sounded good. So I got that one. I like a lot of black tea bases when it comes to my loose leaf tea. I don't know why. I just like the way that it is as a base. So that's a raspberry one, which I love raspberry tea and I have yet to try it. So this is the first time I'm trying it. So I'll let you know. Sounds so cool. Yeah. It was actually pretty cheap. Everything, I got like a ton of stuff just because I wanted to see like what I thought about it. And it was actually pretty cheap. Like I got a shit ton of stuff for like a really good price, honestly. Entered chapter 8 of Lassiter and very invested. I'm not surprised. Should go find some dinner and check in with my sister who's visiting from out of state and my mom's nearby. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for stopping by. Go get your dinner. Go check in with your sister. Family's always important. Have fun. Oh, I know. Loose leaf is so good. Like, I don't know what it is. I feel like it's just so much easier to like really taste everything as opposed to like with a lot of like the bag tea, because like the filter that they use with like tea bags normally, I feel like it hinders some of the like natural flavor that comes with the tea. So I love loose leaf for that reason, that it's so much stronger of a taste, but it's like for me, I love it. I don't mind that it's stronger. Mentioned game night when I spoke to her yesterday. Ooh, fun. Well, go have fun, Amy. Thank you for joining us. Because most bag teas are the leftovers. Yeah, I was going to say, because it feels like, you know, it doesn't have as much of, like there's some where like they're very flavorful. Like you can tell what they're, you know, intended to be in terms of flavoring. But I feel like loose leaf is so much more pure in terms of taste. So I definitely prefer loose leaf over bagged, but worst comes to worst, you know. Just gonna finish this chapter. Thank you for hosting a surprise sprint. No problem. I'm so glad I was able to do this. Like, I just was thinking about it earlier today. I'm like, I'm gonna be at the house by myself. I kind of am like recuperating from a really long week at work. I just want to do something nice. Definitely more concentrated. Yes, that's the word I was looking for. Concentrated. Thank you, Bree. Happy reading. Yes, you too, Amy. Okay, guys. So, with that, let's get started with another sprint here soon. Even the expensive brands usually are just using the crumbs and or stale tea to be banned. It's a common practice in the tea industry. I did not know that. That's interesting. Huh. I mean, it makes sense, which like why it doesn't taste always the same as like loose leaf. But I didn't know that was a thing. Loose teas are fresher, most likely picked recently. Yeah. And I think a lot of times too, they have like, because they're so much fresher, their expiration dates typically are like sooner than like the bag ones, because if it's the crumbs, then it's the crumbs and you can let those sit on the shelf for a longer period of time than loose leaf. I don't know how long I'm going to be on, because Brie, I know you usually do sprints on Sundays. So I was going to basically do it where if you do sprints tonight, I would hop off of mine and go over to yours and try to bring everybody over. Because I don't know, like I just feel like unless you're not doing sprints tonight, I'll go as long as y'all really want me or as long as I'm feeling up for it. Love loose leaf, but I need decaf. It's hard to find decaf in different flavors. I order from Harney & Son based out of New York. Yeah, I feel like Harney & Son is a really popular one. No, okay, all right, fair. If you want to join though, Bree, let me know. And I can definitely get you in. I can send you a message if you want to join in, or if you just kind of want to sit and vibe and chat, totally fine. I don't, either one. Yeah, I feel like Harney & Son is the one that I see, like it's in like the square metal tins a lot of times. Because I know that like there's a lot of coffee places where they have that. Where they have like the square tins of like the bags, but it's like not as like diluted or something. I'm not sure. I'll just be here hanging with you. Okay. Drop a link with the crew. Oh, okay. You're on your way home. Yep. Well, whenever you get home, feel free to join in. I'll send you the link and I'll send it to Bree and Adrian if they're up for it. Bag tea is newer in the industry and created so poor people can buy tea. Of course, when is it never involving something to do with getting poor people to do things? Of course, poor people can't have the good stuff, so they always get the drugs that weren't sold. Why am I not surprised? I feel like I should be surprised, and I'm not. Because that's the way the things are. Prepare to be sick of me. Oh, I'm already sick of you. What are you talking about? I'm already sick of you. I kid. I love you. I love you so much, Brie. No, like I'll send a link during the next sprint, and when you get home, just hop on out over. Modern day, it's not all necessarily the dregs and bags, but most likely it is. Yeah. I buy loose tea by the pound. I've never tried their bag tea. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm trying to. I think it's Harney and Son. That is what I'm thinking of, but I'm not 100% sure because the name sounds familiar. It really does, and so I'm wondering if it's the one I'm thinking of. I love you. Can you tell I love tea? Yes, and I appreciate it because I am a tea lover myself. And so I love learning like these little things here and there. So, because there was actually so where I live, there's a bookstore it's a small independent bookstore run by the community of color in our area. And it specifically is all person of color authors, in particular Black people. It is a bookstore that's just filled with African American voices, from children's books to adult and romance to nonfiction. And in there, the first time I went there, they had a small little section dedicated to a local loose leaf herbalist, like somebody that basically makes the loose leaf teas. They're from the area. They sell them. It's like a small business. And I had gotten a packet of their loose leaf tea, and it was so good. It was like a chocolate tea, and it was like chocolate with like black tea and vanilla, and then like a little bit of, I think, hibiscus, if I remember correctly. It was so yummy. I have yet, though, to go back to that place because I just don't have the time or a lot of times the ability to get over there. So the next time I'm over there, though, and because I'm on a book buying ban, I don't want to go into a bookstore necessarily right now. But if I ever end up my way over that spot of town, I am definitely going to go back just to get the loose leaf tea if they're still selling it there too. But at the very least, I could always at least grab the business card if they still have any of them, and I would buy more to have it shipped because it was so good. It was such a good like chocolate tea. Love it. See you in a bit. Okay. Harney and Son does have bag teas too. They sell them in the supermarket. Yeah, I think it's the ones where they're like a little square tin, because there's well, maybe not so much anymore, because I know that they also had changed their packaging to like a more of a box, like a little paper box kind of thing. Because I don't know, this is a chain in the Midwest here, but there's Big B Coffee, which is, like I said, it's a chain in the Midwest. I don't know how many of you guys know of it, but it's one of my favorite places. They, in particular, will use Harney and Son in their like tea drinks. Like they use them, and their peppermint tea or their minty green tea is like, it's my favorite. I love that. That is like my favorite bagged tea ever. Yes, they do sell tea bags and tins. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. All I drink is Bai water, occasionally coffee and loose tea. I swear I work just to pay for my expensive beverage addictions. Yeah, I feel like that's what I do too. It's my expensive beverage addictions and books, but mostly it's my expensive beverage addictions right now. Mostly what I do is tea, coffee, Alani News, pop, very seldom water. And that's not good. I am a caffeine gremlin. I understand, yeah, but yep, grab that business card because that sounds good. Yeah, I'm definitely going to. Once I get over there again, which I don't think it would be too much for me to be able to get over there like tomorrow. Like, because I'm gonna be out and about tomorrow anyway, so I might just run by there and at the very least, like, see if they're still selling it. And if not, I'll grab a business card. So, but yeah, I definitely don't want to buy any books, and it's going to be very difficult walking through that store, because especially since it's a store for African American voices, I'm like, I want to get everything that's in there because there's so many books in there that I want that are by Black authors, and I'm just like, I need them all. They're super, super cool though. I really like them a lot. So, all right. So with that, let's go ahead and roll for our next sprint. I was about to ask what's pop, that I remembered you're in Michigan. Yeah. Yep. I'm definitely a northerner. I'm a northerner. So we say pop up here, not soda. But it's funny because I lived in Texas for a handful of years when I was really little. And so I also said soda a lot. Like I kind of like go between because I understand it's the same thing for me. Like to me, it's all the same. Um, but yeah, in the North, especially in the Midwest, we say pop. Sorry if that's offensive to any of you Southern people. I feel like I'm getting ready to have some fighting wars or something like that. So, all right, let's go ahead and roll for our next sprint. Let's see what we're going to get. Oh, okay. So we're sticking with the low ones for now. And we got a 6 again. So we're going to do another 30-minute sprint. She's my friend who was raised in Michigan and lives here in New York City now. She still says pop 15 years later. It's something like once you get used to saying it, you don't say it any other way. But like I said, like I kind of go between because I lived in Texas for like when I was like a year and a half to like 5 years old, I think. So I learned enough that was part of my vernacular, but pop is just something that does come out more. Yeah, text, because I grew up with my grandmother. My parents and I lived with my grandmother for a while, and she lived in Texas. She lived like, I want to say an hour outside of Houston was where she lived. I think it's an hour outside Houston. So I always thought pop was a Southern thing. Northeast, we say soda. See, I don't know. I always feel like I get it confused. Like I thought it was pop was north and then soda was more south. But then a lot of times in the South too, you say just like it's just Coke. Like it doesn't matter what it is. It's just Coke. But I feel like sometimes I also get it confused because I feel like I've interchanged them so much in my life that like I can never remember which is which. So all right, guys. Anyway, let's go ahead and get started with our sprint. We're going to do 30 again, just like we did earlier today. And then, Bree, I'll send over that link for when you get home. So let me get... yeah, pop is Midwest. New England, you get Coke occasionally, but it's soda. Okay. Said pop once and stunned myself. Now only the Midwest says pop. That's what I thought. I was like, I feel like that was a Midwestern thing, but I don't know. I don't remember anymore. My brain does not handle things like it's supposed to anymore. So we're just going to go with that. All right. So with that, next 30 minutes, go ahead and do what you need to. And we'll see you guys back in about half an hour. Let's go. Sorry, that might have been a little loud starting off. Okay, another 30 minutes down. How'd you guys do? That time I got through, I think, like 32 pages. Yeah, I think about 32. Also, tried out my tea. Very good. I was expecting it, I think, at the first sip to be a little bit more bitter because of the raspberry, but it wasn't as bitter as I initially thought it was going to be. Like when I first took a sip, I was like, oh, there's a lot of the raspberry. Is it super bitter? Actually, not that much. So, what all did you guys get done? I am officially 61% of the way through Crave. So, really liking it a lot. All right. Do I see sneakers or tennis shoes? I mean, this depends for me. So, if I'm thinking like shoes that you would use to do, like go running, for instance, like that are actually meant for as running shoes, I say sneakers. If I'm just saying grab me a pair of shoes in a sense, it's just tennis shoes. It's like, it just really depends on what I'm asking for or what I'm talking about, really. So I kind of go either one. West, South, and East are soda users. Okay. All right. Read a little while eating lunch, then a bit more editing. Nice. Oh no, if you have to think about it. Yeah, no, because it's interesting because it's very specific for me. And I have to think of when is it that I do that? Because I don't always notice it at first, but then if I think about it, I really do it very specifically. Did not know people still said tennis shoes until a few years ago. Yeah, I mean I'm also trying to think how everybody else uses it in comparison. I'm pretty sure that it's just in general, you say tennis shoes, at least in my family, or you all use sneakers. It's either one or the other. But for me, it's very specific in terms of the type of shoe I'm thinking of. Whereas if it's general, just grab me a pair of shoes kind of thing, it's tennis shoes. And that pretty much goes as anything that involves laces that is not a boot. It's kind of the way that at least my husband thinks about it. I don't know. Everything is sneakers here. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same with soda and pop. I think it's just something that tends to be, I go one way or the other depending on how I'm feeling and specifically what it is that I'm doing. What it is that I'm specifically looking to wear. Because if I'm just wearing any kind of shoes, it's not like I'm going specifically running. They're more tennis shoes in terms of the term. And then if I'm going specifically hiking, walking, running, anything like that, I'm wearing a pair of sneakers. I don't know. Don't ask me why I do these things. I just do them. So, how's everyone doing though? You guys getting sleepy? Do we need to do something to wake us up? What are we doing? Looked it up and learned the reason behind the names. They're different. Certain styles created for specific purposes, but here we all ignore all of that. I mean, yeah. We call everything beer, but there's different types of beer at the same time. We call everybody calls what's another thing that's pretty general, everyone calls it. Heels. Most people, if anything has a heel, they just call it heels, but there's different types of heels. There's kitten heels, there's espadrilles, there's wedges, there's platforms. We all just kind of generalize because at the very least, unless we're looking to be very specific about something, we all just work with generalities. It just makes it easier, I think, for a lot of people. So I'm not surprised that we do that, where a lot of people just call them tennis shoes or they call them sneakers. Because tennis shoes in particular, if I'm thinking like specifically the type of shoe of a tennis shoe, I have a very distinct picture in my brain. Because when I look at, like in my brain, when I think back to people I know that used to play tennis, like in high school, the types of shoes they wore were very lightweight and very flexible. Like I keep thinking of like the really like soft Puma shoe where it was like almost like wearing a slipper. Like they were just so lightweight and flexible that it was basically like wearing a slipper. That's what I think of when I think of tennis shoes, because like they have to be easy to wear to play tennis. That's, yeah. Don't ask me why my brain thinks certain ways. I'm going to do another sprint whenever you're ready to roll. All right, sounds good. Yep. Okay. I do feel like I need to stand up and stretch though, but I think really I just need to get out the shakes and stuff. I don't know. Just I almost want to take my laptop into my bedroom and read from there, or like go in the living room. But I know if I do that, all I'm going to do is fall asleep, and I don't want to do that. So we're going to stay in here. And let's go ahead and do another roll. So let's see what we're going to end up getting this time. We've been getting lucky with the shorter ones, so let's see if we end up getting another short one or a long one. Here I go about jinxing it. Okay, so we're still under 12 as a roll, which is interesting. I don't know how that's possible exactly, but that time we got an 11. So it's a longer sprint, but it's still under a 12, which a 12 is an hour. So somehow we're doing pretty okay. All right, so let me go ahead and get this going real quick. Oh, actually, nope, I need to share it first, then I can put it to full screen. 55. All right. So 55 minutes, guys. Let's go. Enjoy. Take a break if you need to. Do something for the next like nearly hour that's not productivity. If you feel like you need a break, I'm going to continue with reading and playing my games as I'm listening to my audiobook of Crave, and just kind of go from there. So we'll see you guys in about 55 minutes. Get going. Hi, guys. So, everybody, welcome Bree and Adrian to the sprints.
Hey!
Hi.
Sorry, I'm just like relaxing.
Yeah, you're good.
Hey, everyone. Hey, Adrian. How are you, Gabby?
I'm good. I'm so tired. We had 3 days in a row where it was back to back to back to back to back all day long, no stopping with appointments, which is good, but
Yep.
your girl's exhausted. So
Yeah, I get it. I had to take something to help me sleep this morning because by like 4:30, I was like, yo, I'm not going to sleep at all. And I'm rewatching Scandal right now, and so I was just like locked in on the TV show. And I was like, I'm not sleeping, so I ended up having to take something to help me sleep. So
yeah, I slept very hard yesterday, mostly because I was extremely inebriated.
I love that for you.
Like alcohol and other things.
Ooh, Gabby. You are fancy. Look at you showing out.
Well, so that friend I had that night out with last weekend, I was with her again yesterday.
Okay.
She's a fun time. And like we had a good time there. I got home and my husband smokes a little to sleep.
Yeah.
So he's like, do you want another hit or two? So
right.
I'm like, hell yeah. So I did, and complete out within like 2 minutes.
Man. That's what I need to just relax me a little bit, something quicker. I had to wait for it to kick in, and I'm like, yo, come on.
So Maya, I honestly have no idea. Bree is not doing sprints tonight, as far as I know.
Yeah, no, I might as well just be here.
All right.
So the sprints are already happening. So as long as she's gonna be on, we're gonna be here sprinting.
Yep. And I am not stopping until my husband gets home, which I have no idea when that is. So y'all about to be sick of all of us, just so you know.
Prepare to be sick of me.
So, hi, Lacey's. Welcome.
Lacey's.
Yes, so got Bree and Adrian here. Jira says hello. And so does Scarlett. Finished videos, exporting now, started reading again. All right, what are you reading? What you working on right now? Started munching and listening to A Storm of Swords. It's too messy for a physical book right now. Yeah. That's a good one, though.
Never read it.
Storm of Swords. That's the one. That's the book where they get into the Red Wedding. If you've ever watched the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the book where the Red Wedding takes place.
That's exciting. I would read them if they are finished. You know what I'm saying? Like if I knew that they were going to be finished, the series was going to be finished soon, I would read it. But
yeah, I mean
it's a dead series. Well, not a dead series, but like I'll wait until I'm 65 when it's close to being done.
And you might not even be done when you're 65,
right?
Because he's going to be dead.
Right. Like, finish my series.
Yep. Nah. But the goat is here. Sanderson is more than likely going to finish Stormlight before anything is done with Game of Thrones.
He's going to wrap up Stormlight, or he's going to wrap up the Cosmere world in general so beautifully.
Mm-hmm.
I see it. I foresee it.
Speaking of Sanderson, Scarlett's reading Lost Metal.
Oh! I'm so happy for you. That was the best book.
See, I'm still scared to go back to it because I was so hit or miss with Mistborn Era 2.
Mistborn Era 2 was, for me, Bands of Mourning was okay. Like it was an average book. Oh, Secret History, I loved the novella. I loved it.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely one of my favorite novellas or books. I mean, definitely probably my top 10 so far fantasy. But anyways, the Lost Metal, banger. Banger.
All right, maybe
It wraps up the series so beautifully. Like he took all of the feedback and did a really, really good job.
Yeah, I don't know. Just it was book 1 was 2 stars, book 2 was 4 stars, book 3 was 2 stars for me. It was so not at all what Mistborn Era 1 was for me.
No, it's completely different.
And
completely different, but at least my thought process is I felt like once I read Mistborn Era 1 and knowing that I read the other Cosmere books, Mistborn Era 2 feels so different compared to what Sanderson I know.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of the banter, it was a hit. It was a miss. But I'm telling you, I think you'll still enjoy the Lost Metal. Like I end up giving it 5 stars.
Mm-hmm.
I believe 4 or 5 stars, and I gave all of the books 2 stars for Mistborn Era 1 or Era 2. I'm sorry, Era 2.
Okay, well, maybe I'll have to try it again because I still have the books. I'm still going to keep them no matter what. So maybe I just need to restart with.
No, don't restart.
No, I mean just redo Era 2. Like I need to go back. If I'm gonna read the Lost Metal,
like, I'm telling you, they're all misses except for the Lost Metal. Like it just, I would not restart and waste your time. A 2 was a 2, a 4 was a 4. You know, maybe watch a couple of videos and get a synopsis so you can remember. But I would not reread those books like
okay,
at all. Just
all right,
jump into the Lost Metal. I'm telling you, it was really good.
Okay, all right, maybe I'll do that then.
Yeah, definitely recommend. I'm gonna read Trust. Matter of fact, during this next sprint, I need to order my books. I want to order the UK cover for Trust so I can read it because I don't want to touch my special editions. Oh man.
No series not being done is going to piss me off, but these are the best fantasy books I've ever read. He's such a phenomenal writer. He really is. Like he's the thing I will give Martin his flowers for is the ability that he has created such a complex lineage history. Because if you then read Fire and Blood, and you even read the collection of the 3 short stories, The Knight and the Seven Kingdoms, it is so amazing how he was able to create such a history for the world. And I think that is my favorite aspect of that, but I wouldn't say he's like my favorite fantasy writer of all time. I think Sanderson's gotten him beat by a long shot, and Tolkien has gotten Martin beat by a long shot. But I really do appreciate the time and the work that he put into creating the history of his world because it is intense. It's like you have to have maps upon maps of like lineage tree lines because
it's a whole experience.
Yeah.
It seems like I would love to. For me, I'm just like, dude, like
they are dense. The books are dense. I
love the series. Like the series was popping for a reason, you know? But come on. Your fans can't love the series more than you do. Do something. Like I remember he did a what was it? An interview with Patterson or maybe it was Sanderson. He did an interview with someone that writes a few books a year. Maybe it was Patterson. I don't remember. And he was like, I wrote 3 paragraphs and I was really happy for myself. How do you continue to write like this? And he was like, I'm just consistent. I do it every day and that's it.
No, I feel that though. I'm lucky.
Come on, like, bro.
Yeah. I mean, he's also like getting to be in his like later years. Like, there's a reason why people are like, he's never gonna finish because he's gonna be dead before.
Didn't he wait like 10 years in between books though, like, or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, the sixth book was supposed to come out during the pandemic, and it never did. But I don't know. It's always interesting hearing people say that, or that a series is too long. My favorite genre is urban fantasy, paranormal, romance, which the series are never ending. I think it depends. I think it depends for me. Hello, Adrian.
Hey, Adrian. Oh, she's Adrian, your internet connection.
Sorry, I had walked away.
You're good.
I don't know. Like, to me, I love series. If you can continue to capture my attention, I love series that just continue, right? Mm-hmm. Even though the thing about Sanderson that I absolutely love is that I felt connections, not just in Mistborn 1, Mistborn 2, Elantris, Stormlight, Wormbreaker. Like, the connections between all of those series, they have something in common.
Mm-hmm.
They are all in the same world. Like, you have to read the entire to understand and put those pieces together. But for me, that was like a 20-book series, like it just kept going on and on and on. Even though it was separate series, it was still very similar,
right?
Like, I can go back at Mistborn Era 1 now, and after reading Stormlight, and like, now I get the connections. Like, I get the Shadesmar, I get like all of those things. We had Hoyd throughout everything. Like, so I feel like the series just kept going, even though we're dealing in a different planet.
Mm-hmm.
System, yeah, a different system, and different characters, but they were all still the same. The magic systems are very similar, like whole 9 yards.
Yeah, I think that's why a lot of people too, like authors like Cassandra Clare, because yes, she has series upon series upon series within the same world, but especially because they're all in different points of time. Like, that's why a lot of people really like what she does, because they can find the connections to some of the other characters in the different times. And like, oh, that's how this person's connected. That's how this person's connected. That's why this thing happened. Like,
nothing about Cassandra Clare, but I believe you.
No, like, and that was another like thought I had though, was like, that's why she's able to continue, is because people enjoy that aspect of her writing.
Yeah, so I don't think it's necessarily the length of the series. So for some people, it is, because they're from a resource standpoint, it's like, oh, come on. But then again, you know that going in, or you should know that going in.
Yeah.
So sometimes duologies is just not enough.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes a standalone is not enough.
Definitely not.
Like, that's it? No.
Exactly.
Hey, I need more honey.
I'm like, that was a teaser. It wasn't even appetized. It was a teaser.
That's exactly how Ways of Kings is. Like, the whole book is an intro. It's like 1,200 something pages. The whole book is an intro. Like, this
got that right here.
Yep.
Good taste.
Two favorite series of stories,
right?
Huh?
You read Warbreaker, right?
Me or Adrian?
Oh. Did you read Warbreaker? I forgot where you stopped.
No, because I have that Way of Kings 2 books, and then I have Warbreaker right here.
Yeah. You got to read Warbreaker first.
Warbreaker first, and then the other two, I think.
Warbreaker.
Right.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful for a fantasy book. Okay, sorry.
It's okay. Two favorite series you started as a teen, they're still going. That's awesome. Area 2 is completely different, but he did tell people it will be in And he has said era 3 will be a whole nother feel. Yeah, like each era, it's like further on in time, and so it's going to be each one very different, but still connected. So far, Lost Metal is closest to era 1 out of all 4 of era 2 books. Okay, that's good because I definitely preferred era 1. Lost Metal made reading the first 3 books of era 2 worth it. First 3 of era 2 were such a letdown after era 1. Lost Metal got me excited for era 3. Okay, so y'all are pretty much in agreement that I should just continue with the Lost Metal. Don't even go back.
No, do not go back.
Loved era 2, but for different reasons than era 1. Also, Gabby, if you're watching Becca torture herself reading era 2, that's enough pain for you. Don't reread what you don't like. Fair enough.
Well, I think that's true. Part of the reason why we are, where we have some of us have our own channels and whatnot is because we're sharing our love of books, even if those are books that we don't like. Mm-hmm. We're sharing our love of something that we like to do, which is read. Mm-hmm. So I like to read different types of books, but to me, there's nothing like getting your hand on a very good series, and sticking to it. I mean, it could just suck you in, and then you like, oh wait, I am in my present day, whatever city I am in, because the author has really sucked you in so much into the book, you forget where you are.
Yep.
Yeah.
I love those types of series.
Mm-hmm. I haven't had that happen, like a series that did that for me, in a very long time, since I was probably like a teenager.
Really?
Yeah. Like, I mean,
you haven't had a book, like not just a series, but like a book that just haven't.
I think the closest I had was probably Babel. But nothing, like, the thing is like, when I think sucked in, I think like I don't notice that time has gone on. Like, yes. I don't notice that an entire day has gone by because I'm sucked into the book. Mm-hmm. I haven't had a book do that for me since I was probably a teenager, but the closest was probably Babel.
Jeez.
Yeah. And I've had a lot of 5 stars in the last like handful of years, but nothing has like sucked me in that deeply. Like, I've always been aware.
Yeah, gotcha. What I will say, there's 2 that come the top of mine. The Betrayals by Bridget Collins. I felt so, the word I want to use is enchanted. I don't know, but I was, like you said, lost of time. Okay, I remember like driving, and I give this example all the time because I've never done this before, and listening to the audiobook, and I don't know where I'm going. I missed my exit. Like, I'm just in the story. Like, I was engulfed in that story. The second book, I will say, is Allegedly by Tiffany D. Jackson. I read that book in 3 hours. It was amazing. It reminded me of my own story, my own life. And I could not put that book down at all. Like, I couldn't move. I didn't drink a sip of water. I didn't do any of that. Like, those 2 books for sure. I was just completely, if you were talking to me, I didn't hear nothing. I didn't say nothing. I didn't collect $200. I kept going, and I, finished the book so quickly. But Bridget Collins, The Betrayals, for me, it was like a whimsical writing style, but the plot was this mystery that I just like completely just got lost in. But Babel was so good.
Oh, Babel was like,
The Love Songs of W.E.B. Du Bois is a good one. Yeah, I finished that one quick too.
I'm way back here.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I could not get through book 1 of Game of Thrones. For me, it took me a minute to get into it because I read it when I was in my last semester of college. And the way that I was able to get through it was actually reading it physically while listening to the audiobook. Yes. That was the only way I could do those books because it was so hard to focus on either the physical or the audiobook by themselves. So I had to combine them to get the full experience. It was weird. That's the only time that's ever happened to me. Might start Game of Thrones over the summer. think the fact that it was made into a TV series made him not want to finish. Well, yeah. I mean, he basically said the last, 2 or 3 seasons were basically what he was going to end up writing anyway. So he's just like, here's what I did. Go nuts. I don't know.
I realized I did not unmute myself. I didn't realize that he had started. I thought that he hadn't written anything in terms of the last book. People have been waiting for him to read. I mean,
yeah. I remember when the last few seasons were coming out, everyone he had done interviews where he's like, yeah, I basically just I hadn't written up the whole thing, but I gave the writers basically what I was going to have happen in these books and told them to just run with it. And I was like, oh, okay. But apparently, whatever that was, I don't know whether or not the ultimate ending was exactly what he wanted to happen in the books. But obviously, everybody hated the last season. So I also wonder if because of that, he doesn't want to come out with the last books because he's already expecting people aren't going to like him anyway.
I think he got caught up in something else. What is he doing, gaming or something, or cartoons or something?
Yeah, he's got other projects going on too. I don't know exactly what, but yeah.
I want to say it was video games that he's been doing for over 10 years.
I think he had a hand in that Elden Ring game, if I'm not mistaken.
So he's definitely been doing something.
Yeah.
What it is, who knows?
Yeah.
So
what I like about Martin's writing is that it never drags for me. Never. I saw that interview Bree's talking about. Martin said he writes a chapter a month. Yeah. I remember reading the first few pages and I was so creeped out. I stopped. It's exactly like the beginning of the HBO series. I was creeped out then too. Yeah. Yeah. Especially what happens with Bran and with Cersei and Jamie. That was a trip. Tried twice and I was bored both times. No Game of Thrones for me. Fair enough. Jira says she enjoyed Friday night. Did you two go out?
Y'all went out? What y'all do?
No. I posted some stuff. I know that. What did I do Friday? I'm trying to think. I was out today too, trying to enjoy the weather, but I went out Friday night.
We need to have a virtual dinner.
Yes.
And just hang out.
Yes. So much agree. I think it's harder as an adult to get so sucked in if you're unaware in your unaware responsibilities poke at your mind. Honestly, I do think that that's what is going on is I'm too aware of my surroundings and other things going in my mind that I can't get sucked in all the time. I feel like that's the case for me.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Oh, I remember. I went out and I came back and Brandy was online and I was like, I've had a few drinks. So I was probably very live that night.
On Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same. I was definitely drinking myself.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if you have kids, I imagine it's worse. Oh yeah. I know my boss, she's asked me so many times, she's like, how is it that you have the time to read? And I'm like, Chan, you have to remember, my boss, Chan, I'm like, you have to remember, I don't have a 4-year-old kid. I have a 1.5-year-old dog.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It's different.
Mm-hmm. Last hook that completely sucked me in was, the Love Songs W.E.D. Boy. When I wasn't reading it, I was thinking about it. I still think about it.
I still think about that book.
I have not read
it. And I was like, I gave it 3.5 stars the first time. And then 2 weeks later, I'm still thinking about the book. A year later, I'm still thinking about that damn book. That book is a freaking masterpiece.
Yeah.
It's freaking
Wow, I watched Ashley's post yesterday about 100 books. And I said, I don't know whether or not I have 100 books yet that I would say that I think that you should read before you die. I said, I might have 50, but I don't know whether or not I have 100 yet, which I imagine changes from time to time.
Mm-hmm. Hers is definitely extensive because she is a master reader. Legit, reading like
And
600
so many
books.
different genres too.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Wrap for Game of Thrones then. Yep. Well, and now though they've got the House of the Dragon, which that's everything like practically before. It's if you've read Fire and Blood, that's basically the show that it comes from. It's detailing a lot of the story of the Targaryens before anything that happens in Game of Thrones. Yeah, Elden Ring definitely had its moment. And I think that was the game he was supposed to be involved in, because I remember watching a lot of people talking about it, like gamers that I watch, talking about how Martin had like some heavy influence in it, because it's, you know, very, very fantastical, very intense. So, all right, are you guys up for another roll?
Yes.
Roll away, girl.
Let's see what we're gonna get. We've been so far lucky to not get anything above 12, which is typically what we roll. But those of you that are new to this, we're doing a D20 this time. 5-minute increments per number. So let's see. Do we end up getting a big one, or are we sticking with the smaller ones? Let's see. Oh, a 12.
Damn, re-roll.
Nope.
5-second roll.
That's not how that works here.
5-second roll.
Hey, a 12 is a full hour. So
oh, I'll take it. Never mind.
Yeah. I'm going to use that time to continue listening to my book and going and making dinner for myself because I'm hungry. Want to read a popular book from each year of my life. I need to get started soon. Ooh, that's a fun challenge.
Mm-hmm.
That might be something I have to do eventually. I like it. All right, so
I bought this today.
Ooh.
Yay! Which one is that? Volume 1?
Monster Volume 1.
Oh man, maybe I should read that instead of watching.
They only had this copy in the one of the indie bookstores that was in the Chelsea market, and I was like, oh, maybe it's meant for me to buy it. It was the only copy they had.
Meant to be.
It definitely was meant to be. All
right.
You got to get up to at least volume 3. I mean, but volume 3 does leave it on a cliffhanger, and I think I need to.
I had FOMO. You all kept on talking about it, so
it's so good.
All right, so we've got 60 minutes. Let's see. That's why what I'm reading, Adrian, but I'm on a different volume. I need to read it. I need to be able to get my hands on it. I don't know how people come up with books to read before you die. Isn't the answer all of them? I mean, true. Yeah. No. Age like fine wine, so I have a lot to read.
I might do something. I don't know. I'm sitting here watching Scandal instead of doing what I need to do. And
why was I doing the same thing earlier today? Oh my god! I started watching it from the beginning. Last week, and I'm in season 4.
I'm in season 3 or season. What am I on? No, hold on. Let me see what I am on. Season 2. Yeah, it's so good.
It is, and I'm realizing how much I forgot. I was like, I don't remember this.
Same. I was like, I completely forgot that the president got shot. Oh no.
Same Ulysses. I've never seen it. I've never seen it, but I've heard it's really good. And obviously these guys like it. So I definitely would like to watch it.
What?
On Hulu. On Hulu.
No, it's so good. It's on Hulu.
Yeah. And I remember when it came out originally, because I was a kid when the show first started. So I know that it was a popular one when I was a kid, but
yeah.
It's a part of that Shonda Rhimes night. You start out with Grey's Anatomy, then you saw Private Practice, and then you saw Scandal.
Yep.
Because Private Practice was out then.
Yep. I do remember that.
No, it was Grey's Anatomy, How to Get Away with Murder, and then Scandal, or maybe How to Get Away with Murder and Scandal was swapped.
But
something like that. But Private Practice was on that same night though. But before It's like because it didn't last that
What
long. It
Grey's
lasted
Anatomy?
for a certain time, and then How to
I
Get
think
Away
it
with
was-
Murder came in
mm.
took over whatever
Scandal.
time slot Private Practice
And then
had.
and then it became um Grey's Anatomy, How to Get Away with Murder, and then Station 19. But Shonda Rhimes movies were back to back. Those are all Shonda Rhimes. So they were usually
Thursday nights.
Mm-hmm.
Thursdays
was like, do
like
not
you
talk.
going out? No, I'm not going out. I'm sitting right in front of my
It's
TV.
Shonda time. It is Shonda time. Shonda Land, okay?
All right. Well, I think you guys
Get a
convinced me.
choco.
Yeah, she did. All right.
Ugh. All right, folks. 60 minutes of reading. Enjoy. Have a good time. I'm going to go make something to eat. So I'll see you guys in an hour. Let's go. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Hi, Brandy.
Hi. I just woke up from a nap.
I was just going to say, you look pretty tired.
Yeah, the whole house was asleep.
Aw.
Oh, man. How are you?
I'm good. I'm getting tired myself now that especially I've eaten dinner. Full belly. So I'm like, nap time. Well, we're not stopping yet. We're going to keep going.
Okay.
All right. So how did everybody do this time? I got through like 65 pages, I think. And then made and ate dinner.
So far, I just read like 10 pages of Crown of Midnight by Sarah J. Maas.
Ooh.
That's funny.
Bree, did you end up watching more Scandal?
Yes.
Good.
Love it. And I'm working on my planner right now.
Nice.
Planning out for the week. Trying to get my schedule together. So yes, I love it. So much just scandals.
Yeah, I was watching Scandal too.
Okay.
I love it.
So hi, Chris. Welcome. Hello, Elena. Reading 12 Days of Christmas by Demi McComber. Okay. So mad at myself. I can't find this book. Oh no. I'm sorry.
Hi, Kira.
What book? Oh, hi, Brandy.
Hey, Brandy.
Hey,
Hi, Beth.
Sorry, I'm not. I should have said that earlier.
Oh, fine.
Yes, Bethany, we will be doing more sprints. I am basically going until my husband gets home from visiting his parents. I have no idea when that would be, but that's how long we're doing this. We're going on 5 hours at this point, y'all.
See that.
All right.
Love It series. Sisters are my favorite historical fiction family. Need to reread those. Okay. Tender as the Flesh. That's the book.
Oh, okay.
I heard that was messed up, that book.
I have heard of it.
It was gruesome, like very gruesome.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I am almost done with Crave. I have got like, I think less than 100 pages at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It's good. I like it. I like it a lot.
Mm-hmm. That's what
Let's see. So if we go by chapters, I got to chapter 64, Monster. It's volume 8 of the regular, halfway through, or Perfect, volume 4, but 3/4 in. Okay. Trying to do a vlog where I can't start a new book until I finish 3 on my currently reading on Goodreads. Oh.
Can I show this real quick?
Yeah.
Not to interrupt.
Wait, what?
What?
That's funny.
What's that?
By Bruno Vincent.
That's funny.
Stare Us. It's on Book Depository.
That's funny.
Interesting.
Isn't it? I had to share it because I was like immediately thought about Brandy. Like,
Funny.
Stare Us.
Birthday's in 3 more months on July 30th, and my birthday's on a Sunday. That's cool. I'm a July birthday kid too.
That's dope.
Oh, Chris, good luck. Yeah, seriously, good luck with that vlog. So is that is it like a parody book, or is it like a response to Harry's book? Like, what is that?
No idea. I just scroll past it.
It's funny.
No idea.
I don't know what it would be about. Any like just trashing.
Probably. I mean, that's a good title though. Like with
Yeah.
the
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I think that made me laugh. That made me laugh for sure.
Brandy, how are you liking the Throne of Glass series? I'm getting ready to start book 3, 4th including Assassin's Blade. I'm enjoying it. Never made it past ACOTAR book 2.
You got to try to read ACOTAR. It gets better.
So good. It's so good.
It's really good. And Throne of Glass I'm liking. I mean, it has its dull moments, but I like it. I'm just gonna read through it. That way, when her newest book for her adult series comes out, at least I'll know if there's any characters from here that might pop up later.
That's why I'm trying to pick a short book. Found it finally. Got to stop triple stacking my shelves. Yep. That'll do it. Have my free Starbucks on Monday, and we'll not get them on Sunday instead. I'll have to get them Monday after work. Oh, okay. I love getting my free Starbucks on my birthday. That's fun.
I never get free Starbucks on my birthday.
Really?
Yeah, I never do either.
Yeah,
I always forget.
free Starbucks all the time. Till it's your birthday.
I've never done it.
You just told them it's your birthday?
I think if like the app will ask you for your birthday and stuff like that.
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I've never done it.
I can read Assassin's Blade and have it count for this. Hey, look at that. And that's short stories, I'm fairly certain, so you can kind of like piece it together.
Yeah, I read that one first because I guess you could read that first and then start reading it.
Throne of Glass is better, the better series in my opinion. ACOTAR gets better, but Throne of Glass starts off better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have heard that that's like the thing with a lot of people is that Throne of Glass, it starts off better. ACOTAR, you do have to get through the first book, which is in some places a little
repetitive.
Yeah. But definitely book 2, I remember, was where it really popped off for me, because I think once the big switch happens between the characters, it's where it gets like so much better, and that's why.
Yeah, and everybody loves the second one. They consider that their favorite one.
Well, because it's so like intense.
Yeah.
Like the whole dynamic switch is just the best.
Yeah. Now, Wings of Ruin, it can get a little boring.
That one just hurt.
Yeah.
That one just hurt the whole time. And then Frosted Starlight, I know a lot of people really were hit or miss with it. I thought it was cute.
It was okay. I mean, they kept talking about winter solstice and gifts, and I'm like, oh my goodness, just somebody get somebody a gift.
Well, and what it reminded me though of was that Beauty and the Beast special that they did with Disney, where it was like the special Christmas episode, and like it was before everybody got turned back into humans.
Yeah, she made him a book, right?
Yeah, like that was like a childhood favorite of mine. Around Christmas time, like we just loved watching that every single year, and so that book just reminded me so much of that Christmas time like feeling I got with that particular like film. It was so cute. Was it necessary? No. Was it fun? Yeah, pretty much. I still have yet though to get through Throne of Glass, but Song of Silver Flames was really, really good.
Yeah.
I like that a lot more.
Yeah, I know a lot of people really did. But I like the story. I know she's going to at least have another one for that series. I think.
Yeah, there's still so much more.
Yeah. Apparently there's 4 more books we're getting out of her.
For that series, I would think so, because there's still something with Elaine that we haven't fully gotten.
Yeah.
That we need. Love the free drink on your birthday, especially being born during pumpkin season. Ooh, yes.
No, I'm just fine.
Loving Throne of Glass, but I need to hurry up so I can search for Dorian and Kale fanfiction without risking spoilers. Yeah.
Get to it. Push through.
Let's go. Fell asleep at the start of your Friday after party sprints. Then I saw you private the video. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
ACOFAST was about as good as ACOTAR. Not bad, just okay. I disagree, but that's okay. I liked it. I really, really love Cassian as a character. He is like one of my favorites. The sass that comes from him is great.
Yeah.
OMG, Gabby, I've never heard anyone mention that Christmas special. I feel like nobody knows about that. And that was like one of the staple things that we watch every Christmas with my family, was because I was so obsessed with Beauty and the Beast as a kid that like my mom found that and then never went back. I have to watch that every Christmas now, no matter what.
Like she was at the castle very long with the first book, not first book, but first movie, and then you see the Christmas special. And, you know.
Yep.
How he became to change.
Nothing. I just didn't realize it automatically posted lives after they're done. And I was looking rough in those sprints. Oh, it's okay, Chris. Read ACOTAR book 2, knowing everyone loves it, and gave it 2.5, 3 stars. Really?
I like the steaminess. I just liked it because he was teaching her how to read.
I know.
No one really, you know.
And I'm sorry, but I can't remember if it was in that one or if it was in book. It was probably book 2, but the whole scene where she feeds him, like gives him a meal, I'm just like, yes, that's the spice that I was looking for a long time. I'm like, can I have more, please?
Yeah, and he was giving her free reign to paint wherever on the walls and stuff.
Just love it. I love it so much. I think I watched it a million times. I'm so stoked someone knows it. I'm stoked that somebody else knows it too, because I feel like nobody does. What did you rate ACOTAR, Jira? Like, did you actually like Court of Thorns and Roses more?
The first book, it was a slow start, obviously. I had to push through it. And it got really good towards the end, I will say.
Yeah. See, I think I remember giving the first one like 4 stars.
Yeah, I gave the first one 4. And then the second one I gave a 5.
Need to know why in like 2 of the 3 books I've read, knowing Selena goes all FBI profiler, that would cracks me up. Okay. All right. We ready for another one?
Yeah.
Anybody need more of a break?
Sure.
All right. So, reminder, we are seeing with this D20. So a 20 is like 100 minutes. So it's like hour 40 minutes total.
Okay.
And let's see, because I normally do this, if you guys aren't familiar, I usually do this with a D12, which gets you up to an hour, but I don't have my D12 here. I don't know where it is. So we're using my D20 instead. And I figured it'd be more fun, because I know you guys especially like the long sprints. So it gives us more opportunities for long sprints.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. Rolling. It's not a long one. We're sticking with short ones, apparently.
Nope. Reroll.
Take a guess what number.
Amanda, redo.
Yeah, that's
Take a guess.
20 minutes.
10 minutes. Who knows?
Close.
You owe me $5. Jinx.
We did a 3, so it's 15.
15 minutes.
15?
No, that's not.
No.
What am I gonna do? For a minute.
I demand.
All right, I'm calling a mulligan. Let's try it again.
Thank you.
Try again. Let's try to go at least 45. Come on, D20.
We love
Hey, there we go. That's better. 11. So we do 55 this time.
Okay.
That's better.
Yep.
Look at God. Won't he do it? Won't he do it?
Hallelujah.
Yes. It's Grateful Sunday. Okay. 15 minutes.
This is exactly what I get when I add these people in.
So if Jessica was here, she would be like, hell no. I'm going to pick up the book.
No, I'm actually okay with that, because I have like less than that of Crave left. I have like 43 minutes of the audiobook left, so I will take 55 and then I can get started with Far Sector. So we'll do it. All right, just give me 1 second. I gotta find my timer. All right, there's that. All right. So, happy reading, everybody. 55 minutes, and I will see you later. Let's go. Hello, everyone.
Oh,
So I finished Crave, and I only had a few minutes left of the sprint, so I didn't get anything else read. But Crave got a 4 out of 5 stars.
oh, that's good.
Yeah, it was a little cringy here and there, but I like it a lot. And the ending, was very out of left field, and it immediately makes me want to go get the second book. But I'm like, I can't do that. I have too many other things I need to read right now.
Eventually, I probably will pick up that series. I just don't know when that is.
Yeah, if you're not a fan of like a ton of pop culture references, it's not for you. And it's funny because I remember when this first came out, people were saying how it was so much like Twilight. They actually mentioned Twilight throughout part of it. Like it's a reference made like as a pop culture reference. But that's practically it. But I do see like where some people are like, oh, there's like a possible love triangle maybe that's similar, but it's not really. Like, I don't know. It was really good though. I really liked it for it being more of like a YA or new adult in some ways kind of book.
Okay.
I do see why people get attached to it very quickly and they eat up the series.
Gotcha.
So, what'd you end up getting through?
So I was still reading Saturday Mass, but then I stopped and started to eat dinner. So, and then getting the kids ready for bed since they go back to school tomorrow. Yeah.
Adrian, what'd you read?
I started Monster, then I had to take care of something, and then I went back to Monster. And I'm like, where are the page numbers? So, trying to find them so I can say where I'm at, but I'm literally just getting started. So
nice. So it looks like Jira treated ACOTAR 3-star, but rated House of Earth and Blood a 5-star.
Yeah.
Thought it was because I read her adult series first, then I started reading Throne of Glass, which is YA, and it is way better than ACOTAR.
Yeah, it's more gruesome.
Yeah.
I definitely want to hear your thoughts, Jira, when you read the second book in the adult series.
Finished volume of Monster. Want to give eyes a rest. Might pick up Scorpica. Started earlier today. Ooh.
Okay.
Fun. Well, I did get a text during that sprint that my husband was on his way home. So he will literally be home any minute. But I'd like to at least do one more sprint, if that's cool with everybody.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I'm trying to think, how long do I want it to be? Do I want to roll, or do I want to just do something quick? I don't know. I don't know what I want to
do. You can ask the people.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Should we roll for the final sprint and see what we get? Or should I just do like a really quick cool down, like a 20 to 30 minute like cool down? What do you guys think?
I can do 30.
Okay, Adrian says yes.
Sorry, I have an 8:30 dentist appointment in the morning, so yeah.
Okay. Peeps in the chat, are we all good with a 30-minute cool down to end off the night? Because I've been at this now 6 hours. Holy hell. Reading Barbarian's Mate. Ooh, Ice Planet Barbarians. Okay, that is one series I still would like to get to. I have heard Ruby Dixon is like, it's very steamy. Like, her books are really steamy, so.
Yeah, I'm willing to try it.
Yeah. Apparently, Elise's DNF'd that one. Hated the heroine. Did read House of Sky and Breath. Gave it 4 stars. But realized that We need to read Throne of Glass and ACOTAR, and then we'll go back to the last section of House of Sky and Breath. Okay.
Yeah, because that's when you meet. Yeah.
All right. So 30 it is. Okay. So let me find my timer. Which one? Okay. Yeah, it's this one. Bring it on back. And well, before we get started with it, thank you guys so much for joining me today. I am so glad I got to do just some random sprints because y'all know I don't do these much anymore. I try to join in on any of these guys when they're doing it, but sometimes it's hit or miss. So I'm glad y'all could come join me. For those of you that are participating in Battle of the Bookish, I don't know if anyone here is. I know some people were here earlier that were participating. You still have until 11:59 p.m. in your time zone to get your books in for prompts and points and all that stuff. So make sure to get that done. And then tomorrow, you guys have the entire day to figure out with your team what your answer is for the scavenger hunt of who stole Woody's hat. You three probably don't even really know much of what I'm talking about, but that's okay.
I have no idea. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, we have I host a readathon with some other friends, and it's battle against teams. And this week we did our week-long readathon where it's like giving teams the chance to earn bonus points for our big round. That next one is in June. And our theme for both the week-long and the month-long is Pixar. So you've got Toy Story, Incredibles, and Monsters, Inc. And everyone's trying to figure out where did Woody's hat go from Woody from Toy Story, because he's always losing his hat.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yep. And it's kind of like a scavenger hunt. They get so many points, and then with each benchmark, they get a clue that basically helps you find like part of the story in terms of like where the hat could have gone, but then everybody at the end has to come up with who they think stole Woody's hat or where they think it is, basically. So
Okay.
it's very fun. But anyway, I'll stop yabbering. Let's get that last 30 minutes in, guys, and see you when it's done.
All right.
Okay, guys, that was the end of the final sprint. Hope you guys did great. I got through the basically opening of Far Sector, which I don't know why, but I never knew this was involved in the Green Lantern world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's cool. And this particular copy was introduced by Gerard Way, as in the Gerard Way from My Chemical Romance and the Umbrella Academy graphic novels.
Yeah.
That's a great connection.
Just love that. That just made my heart so happy.
Mhm.
So, for those of you that are joining me on the N.K. Jemisin read along for 2023, this is the optional pick for April. I will be reading this for April, but the main read for the read along this year that I'm doing in April, we are reading The 100,000 Kingdoms, the first book in the Inheritance trilogy. That is like the big novel we'll be talking a lot about in the live show on May 6th. But I will also be talking a little bit about Far Sector. So if you want to read it, you certainly can. And I'll just be touching on, this in terms of the story, what we like about it. Because this is so far the only graphic novel series or comic series that NK has worked on. So I would like to get people's thoughts on what we would like to see her maybe create in the future, since this is the only one she's had so far.
Mm-hmm.
So otherwise, Bree and Brandy are hosting Zora Neale Hurston this year. They're doing a Zora Neale Hurston read along. If you guys want to join in on that. Bree is also with another booktuber. Isn't it Maya? Is that her name? Yeah. They are doing a read along of Octavia E. Butler this year as well. So if you want to go do that, that's awesome. They're working on Pattern Master, which is the final book in the Patternist series. I think it goes by like several different names. But I'm excited for that because I've been reading that with everybody. But yeah, and then Adrian's just here vibing. But definitely go check out her channel if you're not already, because she's fairly new to getting BookTube content out. But I'm so happy that you finally decided to do that, Adrian. That was
thank you.
So. But anyway, thank you guys so much for joining us. Ladies, thank you so much for joining me today. I do appreciate it.
Of course.
Yeah, it was fun. Thanks for having us.
Yeah. I won't subject you all the time to this nonsense. I was just feeling a little spicy today. So.
No,
that's fun. It's a bit different.
Yeah. All right. Well, have a good night, everyone. Thank you guys so much for joining us, and we'll see you guys later. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.